What up to the Shark Tank? What's up? I see you out there. Big shout outs. Big shout outs going out to my man. Release your dog. We here. I see you, fam. Big shout out to my man Dreadlock in the house with a fam. Yo, my man, the penny stacker. What up, fam? Big shout out to Heart Fitness Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. William McNeil in the house. What up, fam? Kerr Hunt Kennels in the house. What up, fam? JT Pike Water in the hills. What up, fam? My man, the one and only Mr. Burning Star in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Mr. James Jones. I see you, fam. What up? What's up? Y'all know what time it is. What up? Big shout out to everybody out there. All my people on the back street, I see you. Everybody out there in the Shark Tank, I see you. What up? Y'all know what time it is. Just Talk Shit Tuesday. Want to thank everybody for showing up tonight. Guess what? We're back. Hey, don't forget to hit the like button out there if you haven't already done so. All my people on the back street, y'all know what time it is. Roll them up. Get that drink together. Get in that nice, comfortable chair. Sit back and enjoy the show with us. You know, we took Friday off. You know, had a lot going on. You know, considering we had kind of a rough week. So just had to just get away for a minute. Got some people to put in the ground, and you know how that shit does. Emotionally, it just takes you out of doing any and everything. But like I said, I promise we'd be back, and we're back. Got a chance to meet some of the old fellas. You know, a lot of friends hadn't seen in a while. A lot of brothers, a lot of sisters. You know, you seem to get together always at the time of death. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes that can be depressing because, again, I always felt like, why we got to wait till somebody die to get together? So I always felt like it was always a reason to get together outside of waiting for people to die. So that's one of my big things that I got a chance to get off while we were communicating with friends. Even though a lot of our friends, we're, you know, with Facebook and Instagrams, and you kind of always stay in touch, but it's a whole lot different when you're all in the same room. And you might be there for just a minute, but that little time period that you spend together can be one of the most enjoyable moments of laughter and reminiscing. Man, it's refreshing. I'm gonna put it like that. It is refreshing. So we got a chance to get a little bit of that out of our system during the 4th of July holiday. And then we're back. Cause got to get right back out there and put my man in the ground. But in any case, it was just a moment I like to share with y'all simply because, I tell you, we try our best to always be here, Sometimes just certain things you have to do. And that was just something that we had to do. And we've done it already. And there's other things we still got to do. All right, all right. I should be getting back here in the house right here. Should be getting back in the house as we play catch up. Sorry about that, fellas. These hard reboots come out of nowhere. I don't know if it be YouTube or what, but I'm back. What I was saying is, getting back to people, a lot of the guys be wondering, they see the show, and it's funny because they all be, we all know that it's fun to sit back and talk about the good old days, and then especially when you're sitting around and you're really talking about the good old days. It's funny because it almost takes them, almost be like yesterday for us, and be so many years past, but it almost like it's yesterday. So for the young guys, you know, a lot of stuff that we might talk about might seem a whole, lot new to you. If you never experienced, it's hard to put yourself in that time frame to understand the enjoyment and the pleasures that we get out by just talking about it. But there's a whole lot of the old guys out there who understand where it's coming from. And one of the things that I look for the young guys to get out of these conversations is the passion that not just us but others had for the success and their contribution to the American Pit Bull Terrier community. Not everybody wanted to, gets out here and share and talk about the things that we talk about. But then, just because they don't get out there and talk about it, doesn't mean that their love and their passion for the game has changed. Because a lot of them, it's just amazing how to hear them talk and have the conversations, how they just they get you right back there when that moment was that moment in time. And when you're sitting around enjoying yourself and talking, you hear so many of them old conversations, and it almost was just like yesterday. So for the young guys, you got to kind of understand that if God permit, one day you'll be in our situation where you have to actually look back on time and have them cherishing moments. And doesn't necessarily have to be about the dogs, but for us, it's always going to be about the dogs, even though there's so much more in life. But then, them dogs is something special because you might get out of dogs, but the dogs won't ever get out of you. And that is something that I have just learned to accept. You know, that passion for the dogs will always be there. And for you young guys, you're going to understand what that really means as you get older and you keep dealing with these dogs. So that's just me throwing that out there because I hear so many comments about, guys got out of the game or they don't mess with dogs. And a lot of, some of them do. I had a chance to hear from an old friend, and to know that they still had dogs. I mean, check this out. What if I was to tell you that there were still Molly B dogs around that have been consistently bred and kept up over the years by the same old person that we met a long, long, long time ago? That out of all these years, he still had bulldogs and Molly B dogs. And if you was to see them, they look just like her. So that was one of them kind of things. It was, first of all, was a shock. But it was a blessing because, it just took me back to where after all these years that the old man would still have some damn bulldogs around. And to still be breeding them and not just to be selling, but it was something that he had and something that he hung on to and he cherished throughout all these years. For you guys who don't know what I'm talking about, the old man was the Atlas Brewer. So it's just a blessing to know that, that love of the game still exists. I know I was young when I met him, so imagine his age now to still have those type of dogs. Not many, but consistent. You know what I'm saying? And just having just even having a chance to have one of them. So I'm gonna jump on that. I know we're gonna jump on that immediately. Got to take that ride, but that's a ride worth taking. Because anytime somebody had that kind of love and it's an offer to you, I'm gonna take him up on that offer. So that's that kind of love I be talking about. You know what I mean? Just out of nowhere, clear blue, heard about us, remembered us, put the word out there, and boom, there you go. So it's a lot of that going on out here. So it's just, a big appreciation to know that sitting in front of this camera still, it has some kind of weight behind it. You know what I mean? And for everybody who come to these shows and enjoy these shows, and you're getting out there, you're trying to do this. It's hard to do this if you don't have the passion and the knowledge to get it done. Because we sit behind this camera because we did come in here doing this for a reason. Our reason was to share back to the game that was shared with us. I guess that would be our mission statement for why we do what we do. And we never got off of that mission statement. We stick to it, live by it. It's no secret. You already know what we did in our past. We don't get away from it. We don't shy from it. And it's sure as hell not embarrassed by it. But just understand that mission statement. In order for you to be successful at even trying to do this, you got to be real about it. Don't have to lie about it. Don't have to have all the knowledge about it. But you got to have something to share back to the people if it's nothing but the passion and the love of the dogs. So I thought that was real important. I wanted to get that out there and get that out of the way. One of the things I think Mo going to really talk about is the quality of the dogs and the man behind the dogs. Now, our last couple shows, we went way, way back, and we've been working our way to the future. Now, if we come up on that time and period of where we came in and all of this at, you're going to hear a lot of familiar names that we've talked about before, a lot of familiar dogs that we've talked about before, but the concept behind the conversation is not just about the men and the dogs, but the success. See, you hear us always talk about the quality of the dogs. Now, understanding that we learned the game from other people, group of other people, and their success speaks for itself. I mean, they don't need us to brag about them. We don't really brag about them. We tell you about where we learned, what we learned from, what we got from each individual, how we were able to utilize the knowledge that they were willing to share with us. So you guys can understand, for all the information that somebody give you doesn't necessarily mean you have to use it. But if they're sharing that knowledge, you're supposed to take advantage of using that knowledge and see how it fits into your program. You'd be surprised how much success you can get out of it by just applying it. Because we are, to me, I feel like we are proven examples of taking a lot of the knowledge that was given to us and applying it and being able to have those same type of results that they were having. And I think that is real important because, it's a lot to just raise these dogs, first of all, in the first place. And then to be raising them with no purpose is just beyond me. Because you can have any breed to do that with. These dogs here are like, they're almost like in the class of our Malinois. See, our Malinois, they are not meant for anybody who wants a dog. The Malinois, by nature, by breed, they're just like a pit bull. Pit bull has their faults, just like Malinois have their faults. To me, a Malinois is just as dangerous, if not more dangerous, because the aggression it has is toward people. And if you don't know how to control that aggression, that anxiety, then somebody's going to get hurt, or you're going to end up taking the dog back to a pound or end up putting the dog down. Pit bull falls in that same category. Being that we own both, deal with them both, it's a different type of growing process. We don't teach our pit bulls to be aggressive, but we strive on our Malinois aggression toward people. We just bring it under control. Try to control their attitude about when to be aggressive. Where a pit bull, all you really have to do is just raise it, feed it, and then help them, burn off that anxiety. See, the way we used to burn off the anxiety for us is we always had the bite bars. We always had the hide. We always had the meal. That pit bull has to work. We were never fans of just putting dogs on chains and letting them sit on chains. No. They had too much, like I said, pit bulls have a whole lot of anxiety. For anybody, for all you guys out there, some of them got the dig holes like they dig into China. They'll dig down to the roots and fight the roots, or they eat the dog houses, or they fight their pan, or they fight the chain. All that is that anxiety that pit bulls have that you have to nurture. And being able to see that and work through that. Now, remember, when I talk about quality, see, it's them certain things that you see in a dog that you already see is there by nature. And it's how you treat that by nature is what helps the progression of the quality of the dog. Because things that are bred into you, you're just not going to make it go away. You have to nurture it, bring it under your control, where you can have um, like that light switch that you can cut it on and cut it off. You know, it's like you're controlling the dog instead of letting the dog control you and what it does. Because those are the two things. Those are things that are important. I mean, as far as we're concerned, when it comes to dealing with any breed of dog, you know. So, and we still stick by our way of grading these dogs when it comes to quality. You know, you can see all the good and you can see all the bad, but there's something that makes some better than others. That's why we push the running up the wall or getting them on a treadmill or getting them behind weights, something that you can go and see for yourself just how much drive that you can get out of this animal. You know, if you ever had a special toy that you had one play with, and every time they would see that toy, you know, they would even know where you put the toy up at. You know, they watch you that close. And when you actually take it away from them and you calm them down, whether it be the smell of whatever that toy is or whatever it might be, the hide or the flirt pole, they know wherever it is that if you ever let them run off, they'll go searching for it. And if you have it in the shed or you have it in the box, they will run right to it. They either smell it or they know it's there, and they perk up. See, I love to see that. I love to see them go search and find it because I know what they're looking for. I know what they're ready for. I know they're ready to play. And if you see that in the dog, to me, that's signs of a good bulldog. Now, we take it to that other level because we go beyond just the flirt pole and playing with the hide. You know, you want to see them really dig down and work. That's what we use the treadmill for. You know, you want to burn them out. You put them on that weight harness, or you put them on that sled, and you just want to just work the shit out of them. See how much they really, 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 really want to play with that toy because now they can't get it. You know, the reward is when you get down toward the end and they working hard for it, and then they keep working hard for it because in the end they end up getting it when they're at their worst, at their tiredest moment. Their reward is they will still get it because once they get it at their tiredest moment, now you got it. What you gonna do with it? I got you dead ass tired. Is you gonna look at it? You don't want it no more? Or you gonna go, I finally got it, and you gonna use the last bit of energy you got in your body and soul, you know, to just get it off. That's that extra mile that we take them to see how far that drive is. And then still have to break them off of it. Even scratching back into it to see how tired you really are. Just to break you back off of it. And then put it away. Take you out for your little walk, cool you down. Knowing that once the cool down period comes, they're being forced now to bring it back down to a level and relax for the next day. That's the way we degrade the quality of our bulldogs, even today. And that doesn't mean we have to go out and roll them or fight them It's just we know what we're looking for. We know when we're grading the quality of something that we've been breeding over years and years and years, we know what we're looking at. We know what we're looking for. We know how to get it out of them. I mean, the full impact of seeing just how far you willing to go and work to be able to get it off. So, yeah, we're never going to break back off quality of the dogs, fellas. You know, I always told you back in the day how we used to measure that quality. Yeah. In the end, back in the day, after everything I just told you you did, the real deal came down to putting them down. Let them see just how far they willing to go, just to see how talented they really are. In the day's time and era, you can still have quality dogs without having to go the limit like we did. Remember, that was a different time period. But again, we never got the quality of the dogs. Never going to have. I mean, it's still going to be based off of what's in the dog. And if you don't know how to get what that looks like, you're just breeding dogs and just saying whatever. Me, I don't think it's any harm in putting a dog through that kind of extreme work to see. But it's something that you building up on. Remember, for any dog, it starts young. That attitude starts young. So you're almost taking what's in them and you're building on it as time goes on. And as they're growing into themselves, you will see those attributes that's already in them, they're going to show themselves. And you're going to be able to see exactly what I'm talking about, that drive, that want to, regardless of how, tired I am or what you just put me through. I see that toy, I want that toy, I'm going to get that toy. You give me that toy, after all that work, they're going to be trying to destroy that toy. They're going to be so glad to get it, regardless of how tired they are, just the fact that they got it. You're going to see them just work just as hard, like, I got it. And then see a total nutcase when you have to break them off of it and take it away from them. I love that shit. I love it because, again, that's what, when you're dealing with certain types of breedings and you know what you expect out of your animals, those are some of the things that you expect to see. And again, you never heard me say anything about taking them out and putting them on anything. Because in today's times, that's not meant for, everybody's not meant, it's just not meant to do anymore. Because everybody's, back in our time, everybody wasn't fighting dogs. That was a whole new era back then. That was a whole different group of people. So when we sit out in front of this camera now, that's the group of people we talk about. But I don't want y'all to get, sideways and think that everything that pertaining to these dogs, when we start talking about the quality of the dogs, is never going to change. We're still not getting away from that. We're always going to be on the quality of the dog. But there's ways of testing the quality of the dogs without having to go to the extremes that we went to, because our testing of the quality of the dogs was far different than what y'all supposed to be doing. Our purpose is not the same purpose that you're supposed to be having. Not living by the disclaimer. See, I think just playing with the fur pole and just doing the normal stuff, all dogs will do that. But do it with a science to it. Do it with you actually going after the attributes, the things that you want to see enhanced, to see if it's really in them, to see how far they'll go. It's like one running up the wall. A dog, just willing to run up a wall to grab a toy takes a lot. You know what I mean? A dog to get on a treadmill and runs as fast as it can takes a lot. A dog to pull a large amount of weight takes a lot because not all dogs can do it. But that was just to take care of that conversation that when, you know, Twin, you talk about the quality of the dog, you know, can't test the quality of the dog no more because being that we didn't grow up in that era, no, we don't know what the quality of the dog looks like, you know, from that era to this era because we're not a part of the dogs running up the wall. We're not a part of the treadmill and the weight pulling. But being an owner of the pit bulls of today, I know what I look for when it comes to how the quality of that dog. Because I know how it's bred. I know what I expect to be out of it because it's our shit. So those are the things that we push for. Those are the things that we look to see to even breed and keep the ones that we have kept over the many years that we've still been able to do this. So I wanted to clear the air of that because again, we talk about the past, but we're always going to be about the dogs. So it's always going to be about the dogs, and I don't want everybody to just get caught up in that because we say the quality is different. The quality is different for us because of what we did in the past. But because of the past doesn't mean moving into the future, you still can't have quality dogs, but you got to know what you're looking for when you're dealing with these type of dogs. It's either going to have it or it's not. How do you find out? Well, you do the same things we did. You just don't have to go to the extremes of what we did it for. I mean, your testing is a whole lot different than what ours was because you're doing it for a different purpose. That's why the wall and the treadmills and all that, that's a different type of test. And not all dogs can do it. The key is you want to have the best dog who can do it. That determines the quality of the dog based on what you're grading the dog to do. And that's any dog, all the way down to the Malinois. You know, hell, they'll all bite the sleeve. But will they all take that punch? Will they all take that slam and keep coming? You know, they all won't do that, y'all. And so the quality can always be measured, but the measurement of the quality is always going to be on the eye of the beholder. And in order to be, you know, a qualified person to judge that quality, you gotta really get down and understand and know the dog that you're dealing with. And all dogs aren't alike. That's why we push the conversation piece. We push on understanding and learning and getting information from here and there because it's all about gathering up information. That's why we always go back to our mentors. They all had something to give that worked in the success of everything that we did. Everything. It wasn't something that we had to go out and read about. It was something that we got a chance to see and see how it worked, understood what they were talking about, apply it, and then it became a part of who we became. And that's what I want to share with you guys. To be able to understand that what we're given is knowledge and information and giving you a better understanding because you have somebody who's telling you, somebody who actually says, look, if you do this and you do this, you do this like this, or you put this together and that together, understand why we do the things that we did. I mean, we just didn't do things out of just doing them. We did that learn in the beginning, the learning part. But as you get into this and been doing it long enough, you'll understand there's a purpose of why you did everything that you did. And behind that purpose, you were going to see the results. And when those results wasn't there, that you were looking for, you moved on. But that only works for a person that's qualified to know what they're looking for and know that if it's not there, it was easy to just move on. Because it doesn't necessarily have to be the problem in what you're doing. Maybe the problem is in the dogs, the breeding, you know, and it's okay. Not everything worked, but when you're trying to work toward something of perfection, yeah, it was easy to move on. It just wasn't there. So I didn't beat myself over. Never seen us beat ourselves over the head about it ever. Because if it didn't work on the yard, you heard Mo say this plenty of times. He didn't make the team. They didn't make the team. Never beat himself up about it. Never questioned his decision about it. It's just when you know what you're looking for and it don't make the team, it's easy to move on from it. So I'm going to turn this over to my man Mo. He done got up in here. Again, big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Everybody for showing up. Again, it's Talk Shit Tuesday, so it's going to be some shit talking. Y'all don't forget to hit that like button. And again, we one subscriber away from 3,000. Be that lucky subscriber to help us get over that 3,000 subscriber mark. I think that's a blessing in itself. And again, y'all enjoy the rest of the show. And it's on you, Mo. Oh, he getting his stuff together while he doing that. Let me check out my people in the house right quick. Let me check out my people in the house. Where did I leave off at? I got the penny stack here. Okay. City Boy Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Eli Monster. What up, man? City Boy Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Talk to the City Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, the Mad Doctor's in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to one and only Mr. Ron King. What up, fam? Okay. Long time supporter, the one and only Mr. David Morris in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Miss Maxine Bastion. Welcome to the show, Maxine. I see you, fam. Big shout out to Double M Despo. What up, fam? CWK, the Bandit in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man K-Walk in the house. What up, fam? My man Mr. Marcel Shepard hanging out in the Shark Tank tonight. What up, fam? King 6 Yoda in the house. What up, fam? That's Lost Hill Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man Mr. William Torres in the house. What up, fam? And the one and only Hockey Lee in the house. What up, fam? All right, what up, everybody? Let me get my stuff together here. Be careful because it blanked out on me earlier. What's up, everybody? Hey. So I got my Akron hat on tonight. And my legends. I can see that. Let's see if we can get the bottom name right quick. Okay, there you go. Good close-up shot.
Yeah, that was designed from my peoples, giving us the love up there in Akron. That guy Blackwell and Bayless, that elite bloodline, yeah, he's got it away tonight. We didn't make it because I got, we got other engagements to deal with. So I'll put that out there and start off the show on my end. Rest in peace, Mr. Blackwell. Caught him Boss Choke. Send that shout out to Akron. Y'all show some love. So when I send this part of the video to the family, and I'll shout out to him, man. He brought us right on into the dog game. Once I hooked up with Atlas and them, I'm raising Dobermans. He picked up and took the helm, and that's how we ended up getting the dogs that we got. Going hard. Got started with 3 people, me, Mike, and Ben. So much love to Benny Choke. Don't have a lot of people out there. He was a legend in Akron. Shit, he damn near made us legends in Akron. Legend in Carolina. Everywhere he went, he was just a special person. It wore off on us because we were ran with him. But he didn't never make it to Florida. But definitely was a factor in his teachings that we were able to do and push through life based on the teachings, because we followed him into the Marine Corps. Followed him when we was kids on the block, and he was a leader down at the YMCA. So we've been following this dude for years. He did a real good job on this. Everybody runs into hard time and bad luck, but even in that, he was still had that personality. He helped anybody. Fun to be around, straight keep you laughing. And just part of one of the most fun I've ever had in my life. Started riding with him. I'm gonna cut it down. Okay. Why are you shutting down? A big shout out. Hey, another thing, I'm shouting out to Schoolboy, Mr. Garcia. He sent me that. Right there. We're going to go planning this a little bit today. Every time you give me something, I got to go in. Thank you, Schoolboy. Got to get my little... they always be putting on mementos for the years to come. Yeah, he was thanking me for the interview. I had fun on his show. I enjoyed it. So, shout out to Schoolboy. Very appreciate it.
I want to give a big shout out to my big brother out there walking down Ram, Big Steppin'. I know you out there, fam. I know you out there.
What's up, Big Steppin'? Yeah, I wasn't able to get up to Ohio. He has his wake tonight, and he has a funeral tomorrow. Mm-hmm. That's his funeral. The wake, no, that's tonight. So sometimes it's just not people when you really need to leave. When you got these dogs, special kind of dogs that everybody just can't be handling. So it's one of those situations, y'all. Hold on here. One of them kind of situations where, I had had to pass it and send my love this way. So much love to the Blackwell family. condolences. I'm going to be there, hopefully for the party. There's got to be a party. Other thing happened, y'all. I've been running into some interesting stuff. You know, it seems like, I had these little Malinois puppies running around. Like everybody kind of knows that we have these dogs, these Malinois, because they always see me out with them, and Chaos had this litter. So, they're very big little puppies. And we kind of keep them back in an area on the yard where, it's kind of easy to take care of. Now, I'm going to jump into this, but this is what I ran into. This is why we're always talking stuff about the cameras. The things about the camera. Keep your eye on the camera. I need to plug in this right here. I don't want to stop it from working. Yeah, I had them sitting out, they have a little pen area that they sit out and they're around. They ain't but 4 weeks old, but they some big 4-week-old puppies. I'm telling y'all, I'm talking about some big Malinois puppies. And I'm just going to get to the video right quick. Check this out, y'all. This is why it's good to have a video around your crib. Total stranger here. Let me start it over. Look, this is them walking into my yard. Now the puppies is around the corner. I guess they're trying to see what they probably stole that dog. Dog don't act like he even want to be with them. But look, she's pregnant. Look at her. This is my yard, y'all. You had to walk through 3 backyards to get to this yard. It's not like you can come up a driveway and get to this yard. My yard is connected to 3 other homes. So even on my side, you can't get to it from that area. So they had to walk 3 backyards, walk to 3 people's yards, y'all, to get back here to steal these puppies. Look at them. Plotting. She pregnant, hanging out with old dude. Surprise, surprise. What the hell? Yeah. Uh-huh. You see that light splashing? That's them cameras taking snapshots. Thank God for the pregnant woman. They couldn't understand no English. I'm trying to get some understanding. What is you doing in my backyard? Now, they can't understand me, but they ain't moving. They ain't moving enough, okay? Yeah. Okay? That's why it's good to have your cameras. Okay? Who would have ever thought, first of all, if they saw the puppies, then they know it got to be a mom and a daddy somewhere around. But to walk through 3 yards that time of night, you know what I'm saying? And to be foolish enough, not to scan and not know that you're being looked at. I'm looking like, now, what is they doing? Is they lost? Because you went through 3 yards to get to this yard. Can't be that lost. The little dog they carrying, they must have been on a little snatching pups to go sell them stuff. Baby on the way. Baby need diapers. But you gotta know, man. If it don't be for the lady being pregnant, who wants all the heat? It would be real nasty of me to let my dog attack a lady that's pregnant. I wasn't in no threat. There was no threat there. He was just a surprise You know, the fact is you're in my yard. Two, why are you in my yard? And then to walk 3 yards to get to this yard, you definitely ain't got no business here. So I gave him a break. I led him all the way back down 3 yards with the dog wanting to turn it, chaos and mayhem. They don't play. As you can tell, I was in good hands, you know. So, but the thing is, the point was, it's all about the camera. This, the thing, what would they have done if I hadn't had no camera? How I even knew they was back there. That was in the middle of the night. You see how light it was because those cameras, infrared shit. But just imagine that. This is the kind of shit we miss when we don't have cameras. You know what I mean? So just bringing that up to your attention. It was an eventful night, and that was just one of the points I wanted to show you guys. It's good to have your stuff under surveillance. There is dogs around that was worth them stealing. The Malinois puppies were back there, so they fell with that one. I hope they passed the word since they couldn't speak English. They understand my English. Dog, bite, both of you if I have to. Okay? I'm pretty sure they understood that part. They couldn't understand nothing else I was asking them. But they understood that final part that, you're still standing here. Okay? But look, I want to go into the, every time schoolboy give me something, I got to always go in there and enjoy it. So if y'all just bear with me. We're gonna take a ride down through this new book he gave me. That was fun. I liked that. Now imagine y'all that was to happen to you and catch somebody in your backyard trying to take off one of your dogs off the chain or all down in your puppy pens, and you catch him down there and he pop up there. You got a woman down there 9 months pregnant. What you gonna do with her? See, I ain't calling the police, because I don't want the police all up in my yard either. No need for them to be there. Ain't nobody getting hurt. Ain't nobody take nothing, so no need to call the police. I just wanted to pass the word around. Now, one of the things that was very interesting in this book that I just wanted to break the attention to before I got started was, I'm going to show it to you guys. Here, just a second here. Let me find it.
I want to give a big shout out to all my people who went through the hurricane, my Houston family, my Texas family down through there. I know it's kind of rough. But yeah, we all need to give our big shout outs and our blessings to them. Hats off to those who, went through the trauma. But we're going to keep them in our prayers.
Yeah, that is a big shout out, fellas. Hope everybody made it through that. I know. Everybody's safe. You know how that proof of life works. This is the 2005 yearbook. Now, I want y'all to see it says right here, this is the past dogs of the year. Past dog of the year. These are the past from 1994 to 2005. Now, y'all always hear me talking stuff about certain kennels. You always hear me saying something about either hardcore, Stone City, Mayday, the Mayday dogs. I've always been, from day one, always talking about the experience that I had with these particular kennels. You know, I mean, every one of these I see out of 13 dogs of the year. Actually, 8 of them damn near related to my experience in my lifetime in the dogs. You always know hardcore kennels. We always know about me and Victor. I've always talked about both of those kennels and the things they did to change the game. But let's talk about them. You got hardcore Doogie at 94. You move down to 96, you got Mayday. What's the common factor between hardcore and Southern Kennels? They both dealt with dogs off of Grand Champion Yellow. They damn near built their yards based off of Grand Champion Yellow. Then you got Roadblock with Stan the Man. Everybody know McNasty. Big Bruh. Then you got Havana Chico. Remember, he had Noriega. I made a dog, but we on this dog of the year thing though. So from 94, we still picking up yellow dogs. 94, 96. Let's move down. We got Scratch Line Buddy. We can pull up his pedigree if you want to. You got Grand Champion Virgil. You can pull up his pedigree if you want to. And let's look at the breedings. This the breedings. This is what I'm on. That line of dogs during these years. Then we get down to 2000. We got 9 Milli, Grand Champion 9 Milli. Another hardcore dog. Had the opportunity to see her go too. Again, look into her pedigree. You already know what you're going to find with hardcore dogs. You're going to find yellow. They built their yard off the yellow. You know, yes, they had Rascal Jeep and their stuff, but it was still yellow was the common factor. Okay, we move down to 2002. Now we got Mayday with Barracuda. Okay, another factor in there, yellow. Why are we speaking about yellow? Because, you know, he's a Mayday dog. Let's not forget, Mayday's up there in 96. Dog of the year. Now you got a son of Mayday down here in 2002. Still another common factor. We move to 2003. You got Awesome Beast and Grand Champion Destroyer. Another factor in both dogs. Stone City dogs. Both dogs, Stone City dogs. Both dogs, Grand Champion Yellow Buck dogs. Common factor, some more yellow stuff. Now we got yellow and buck here. Yellow and buck. Then you go down to 2004, again, another Mayday Stone City dog. Now you got Mayday in Stone City. So you got from Barracuda, Mayday, then Yellow Buck, then Yellow Buck, Mayday. From 94 to 2005, I counted 13 dogs. And out of them 13 dogs on that list, 7 of that 13, that's more than half, is Grand Champion Yellow. Grand Champion Yellow, whether it got some Grand Champion Yellow with Jeep Rascal, Grand Champion Yellow with some buck, whether it come through Stone City, through hardcore, through Southern Kennels. These dogs proved their worthiness throughout the 90s and part of 2000. I mean, down there 10 years. 10 years. 7 out of 13 in them 10 years were all related to the yellow line of dogs. These are matching dogs. Okay? That's just a point that I wanted to make, because got to remember, every dog up there but Doogie is a grand champion. Every dog up there is a grand champion except for Doogie. And Doogie lost his grand championship match going into Flash's grand champion, Ram's grand champion Flash. Long, good, hard match. But Doogie lost after making Dog of the Year, going for his grand championship. But look what he lost to. Look who he lost to. Another great dog that went on to become a grand champion himself. So it's competition out there. And it was good competition. Okay? Another thing I wanted to point out, as we go, just going to do a quick scan through here. These, again, are still matches being recorded. These are still matches still being recorded. Look at some of these names. You're going to see a couple of them a couple times sometimes. But these are still matches that went down in 2005. See some of the winners, referees, the times. Look at these times. See the times, y'all? Just wanted to point out, we got pages. It's gonna scan through them, but we're gonna show the pages so we can just get an idea. What was the average? Winners and losers, though. Anybody got any questions? Anybody see anything? See, my boys never say never right there. Look at the times, some good times, but look at the average times. They go GR 2005. I mean, y'all just checking out the names. You see two colors. Divine. Show enough. Okay? Still got a lot of, we hitting there, but it's just, we got dogs going down, still being recorded. That's all. That's the point I'm making. Look at the times. Average times, everybody ain't running no hour. Everybody ain't running no hour. You got a few of them in there, but what's on the average? What's the average look like? Okay. better. Airtight. Maybe some of you guys know some of these guys. You might catch a mentor in here somewhere. Like I said, everybody didn't report their matches, but enough of us did. It's a fact that enough of them did. That's all I'm saying. Enough of them did to make part of history. It's so easy to say I'm a dog man and I've done it before. But when you get in there and you actually go in there and you look, it is good to see some guys that I didn't know in there that I meet, that they're in there. But you see the times. That's a lot of bulldogging going on there. There's a lot of bulldogging going on there. Last of it. Big old yellow man. Later went on to become grand champion yellow man. They go roster man. Okay. I just wanted to just bring that to your attention. They got old Amboss up here. Okay, hold on, guys. I'll get back to it. I got some more stuff to pull up here. Let me get myself back to the camera. Yeah. Yeah, that's just 2005. Thanks, school board, for that. Just pointing out that even in 2005, when things was really hitting the fan, dude had already got jammed up. You know what I'm saying? In 2003, he gets raided in 2004. He gets some of his subscribers. He lost a lot of them, but one thing he didn't lose the dog fighting community. Even with all his troubles, the dog fighting community stayed strong, because you have to understand, the journal was important to them just as much as him having the journal. A lot of the bulldoggers stuck there and stayed with it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them didn't. A lot of them didn't come back, but then a lot of them did. You know what I mean? And there was like a lot of new ones. Like, a lot of y'all don't hear us talk too much about 6 feet deep kennels. You know what I'm saying? But you go back down through them days. They were pretty good boys. You see their name up there in runner-ups. You see their name in there losing the True Colors. True Colors Dynamite. That's his record right there. That's the dog of the year. Tom Gardner. up there in that Michigan area. He beat some good dogs though. Again, but some of you guys might know them. But 6 Feet Deep, them boys have some good dogs, and they produce some good dogs. You know, you see Backstreet Supergirl. Those are runner-ups. And we all know, you know, Yellow Man. You know, he was a good one. They had a grand champions in there for that year. And I'll go through a couple of them while I'm going here. I like doing this because when these are you guys don't have these books, and when I get an opportunity to put them out, and you know where y'all at, y'all back here in my time, that gives me a chance to kind of put y'all through the you know, the show book, because this is how important that book, even in the now, you know, shows great entertainment, things that you would never know about these dogs if this book was not around, or these type of things weren't going on back then, you know. Here's one of those 6 Feet Deep champions, or champion Bud. This is he's a good one. He lost to grand champion Dynamite. The guy's bred. Y'all pay close attention on these breedings, y'all. This is a champion. Here's his times and who he beat. He lost to Two Colors in 201. Look, he beat 6 Feet Deep. 6 Feet Deep, and then went and bought him. And continue on winning with him. Look at the times. More pedigrees. And this one here. Let me get this book right here. Hold on, guys. Keep it right here. This one right here is Champion One Man's Army Spider-Man. Champion. Here's his pedigree. Bred by Blackstreet from a predominantly Patrick Boyle's bloodline that contains 5 registered merits, producers, 5 champions, and 2 grand champions. Look at the breed. Okay? Still there's a formula. Still a nice bred dog. That's 2 champions. Bred pretty damn good. Who'd he beat? It is airtight. Latin Connection, RIP. another good bred dog. So that's 2 good bred champions. We flip it over, we got another champion here. Turn and Burn Kennels Flower. Champion Flower. Female. Check out the breeding. Just bringing y'all up to date to see how important breedings were for us back then. These are our results. This is what we built on our yards to be able to navigate. If one got it, we can get it. Again, another good bred dog. That's 3 good bred dogs. Common breedings that you know about for those who's been around. Right? Let's go to another page. Okay, I got caught away. This is Hot Kennels Champion Chiquita. Don't understand a lot of those, but I can guarantee you, they got some Mexican dogs in them. You can look at them and tell. South American Kennels, 7 Kennels, 7 Kennels. You know what I'm saying? Back in my day, we'd have probably put an asterisk on that one. No, recent champion, Backstreet Cortez. The most recent, back in the day champions. That's Shady Days champion Co-Chiefs. Another good one. He beat champion Fat Bill's champion So Evil, and he beat Grand Champion Max. Good dog. Some of these dogs y'all might be able to know them just by their breedings. Might be some people y'all may know back there in the day. This here's Rogers Dipstick. Here's his breeding. You see Cujo in him, so you know you got some Niggerino, you got some Eli. You see the wild side stuff. You know, he probably look crazy side, he be crazy side, he be Texas outlaw. You know what I'm saying? Both times, you know, he can tell you can go 141, it be crazy side. 121. You know, and then these type of breedings, these type of dogs, back then, you know, they ain't known for gameness, not that kind of gameness. Not that kind of gameness. The right combination, put some good stuff together. That'd be one I would be wanting to pull up and go a little investigate further back. Because he definitely had gameness. 141 and 34, that's a hard match. 121, that's a hard match. Third one made him a legit champion, definitely refereed by Mad. But these are champions from 2005, guys. I'm going through them, this going through them, just to show you the breedings on these dogs. Some of you guys may recognize some of these breedings. Here's one here. Bucky Day. Another Mayday dog. Mayday Stone City Cross. I wouldn't even say Mayday Stone City. I would say Mayday. It's a Mayday Stone City Cross. So it does have Mayday. But if you look at the top, Red Buck and our little Buck, the producer of Buck Rogers and Bebe, and Sarah Kell, all these dogs are litter mates of a yellow buck and champion Miss Nico. So based on what we've seen through Sarah Kell, Bebe, you know what I'm saying? Black Ice, you know, he had that champion red baby, you know, come off the same litter. Got that brick dog coming off of the Bozak bred to litter mate to that same old breeding. Stone City's grand champion yellow, but the champion Miss Nico. So you know it was a working line. And then you cross that, they cross it with Best Angels Apache, another good dog. Remember, I was breeding to that dog when I ran into Mayday. And there you got the bottom side, Apache and Mayday. Mayday being bred into some Eli stuff. Definitely a Puerto Rican dog based on the matches. Stone City referees is Astor Kennels. That's Puerto Rico. But he was one quick, 20, 37, 42. Another good bred dog. Bred to win. About right. They really are very hard dogs to beat. Keep it moving. Backstreet Supergirl. Backstreet 2's Supergirl. Check this out. Look at her breed. So far, we didn't have two decent bred dogs, but the majority are good bred dogs. This point being shown. We had two good ones with the wild side Niggerino cross. Remember that? Another good one. Because she's bred. Again, they speak on it. Raised. Campaign by Blackstreet choose from a pedigree that contains 8 registered merit producers and 4 grand champions and 4 champions. Look at the time. And beat some pretty good dogs. That's over dead games over about Elvira. She was a good one. Another good breeding. Another good breeding. Quick dog, quick matches. Quick dog, quick matches. Thug Life Kennels Coco. Coco. I think I'm saying it right. What y'all think? Look how he's bred. Yellow John 2 and Red Lightning. red lightning is the bottom side of the amber. In our yard. Our dog. Brat, you'll find her in that breeding. Good bred dog, again. Look at his matches. You beat H-Time, that's a good one. Auburn 49. That's the way you win the championship. Little warrior there. Had a scratcher, I guarantee you. I mean, just with the buckets in the yellow John too, and then you got that old Zachariah, Von Zachariah. That's the, that's a little boils cross that back in there. So you have gameness on top of roughness in there. A little roughness with a good gameness. This record shows it worked. Where he come off of working stock. He got good dogs in his pedigree. Working dogs. Okay, I'm still in there. Another good breeding. Missing Links Lil John. Bred back into another daughter of Mayday. Mayday dogs put that body. See that body? That's what I loved about our Mayday Stone City dogs. Just our Mayday dogs, period. Brat and them have beautiful bodies. Nice, strong built dogs. You go to matches. That's a big boy too. You're a big boy. 50 and 48. He getting the work done in the rough area. Definitely up north somewhere, because I see true colors, Tony. You don't get too far. You go up to New York and come across the states. Very seldom did I catch them coming down south. Not a lot. So he can win short and long, didn't he? 138. He got it in him. Got it in to get in there and take his time. Or he can get in there and get you out of there. But these are not uncommon pedigrees that we're looking at, though. Some of these dogs y'all can recognize. Look at the breeding. The Optimus, another true color zesty. 9 times out of 10, when you got true colors in there, true colors is one putting the dog in shape. Right, the one in there handling him. If he ain't handling him, you best believe he's standing there talking up some noise. She went 2 hours and 11 minutes her first time out. After what I seen her first time, they cranked it up a little more. They beat the OG Posse and Eastside Heavy. Good Kennels. Again, up north work. And that's some of that old Eli stuff. Gotta keep it alive. Gotta keep it alive. Good dog. Homegrown. Homegrown. There go another champion from 6 feet deep. Kennels, Hazel. Let's see how she's bred. Another nice breeding. This the top. And these are dogs you probably won't never they bred the same as some of the great dogs back there. If you look, coming off some great dogs, but you look, you don't see. What do you see there? You don't see no work, no work. But you recognize the breedings. Litter mates to good dogs. Litter mate to good dogs. Showing you that it'll work. Look at the times. She ain't nothing to be played with. She be 6 feet deep. What they do, they went and bought her. See, you beat them, they gonna go buy you. They buying her up. Beat them in 4, they went and bought her. They went into Motor City, Grave Digger, Grave Digger, was a good kennel. Beat them in 27, turned right back around and beat Roadblock in 30 minutes. It's called getting that work in. That's when you know you got good dogs, when you can do that. I'm telling you, for a dog like that, you know she was rough. And when you're doing with fast lane, and this is fast lane competition, you know, for those who have had the experience to see what it looked like, you know, because you best believe 6 feet deep when bought the dog, and that's 2 dogs we didn't see them lose and go buy the dog that they beat them, and then turn around and make those dogs champions. That's just telling you that they know what they bringing to the box. They know what they bringing to the box. And if they can find one that they can get that's better than what they bought, and what better way than to buy the dog that beat me? Maybe I can do better with that. You know what I'm saying? And move it on. You know? So that's the good thing. You know? That's basically what Tom didn't lose. But he'd be standing at the pit side. He would see a good dog. He'll buy it too. You know, they buy them right out of the box. Bought it right out of the box. That's 2 you done seen 6 feet deep do that with. You know what I'm saying? Staying busy. There's another champion, old Doc Holliday. For those who remember it, 6 feet deep again. Doucette. Nice breeding there. Got that Louisiana breeding up on there. Another badass dog up north. Trust me, it's a good one. Look at his record. Beat some Kennels, some good ones. Said he beat 2 champions for 2 and 3. Quick, 23 and 38. At 37, tell you that 37 pounds is a rough weight. I can bet you, with that Giuseppe breeding, you know they coming in rough and rough. Rough and rough. Again, another good kennel. He's buying, but he's buying good dogs. You know what he's looking at, and he's definitely winning with them. Be like, damn, another 6 feet deep. Yep, another 6 feet deep. Michael Myers. This is the dog that some people gets mixed up with Buck City's Michael Myers. It's not the same dog. Somebody said that they saw Michael Myers go. This is the Michael Myers that was up there in the Detroit area. Not the Michael Myers, Buck City Michael Myers. This is the Michael Myers that was up in the Detroit area that they was talking about. The guy he's bred. Not the same Michael Myers. 6 feet deep, got another one. Look how he's bred. Good breeding. Look at his times. $19.25 and 39. Male 37. They dominated 37-pound weight class. I don't think you want to go around Detroit playing around. Not with no 37. That's about the third 37, those 6 feet deep. Again, another good bred dog. Look at this time. Just imagine. Now we talking about gardener shit. Rough dog. Had a nice mouth. Get the job done. Get the job done. So you see these breedings, and we see a lot of, we'll start seeing the common names. We'll see common names. Like here's another one. Chip away buck stuff. Well, Hollingsworth definitely. Look at the breeding. Look who he beat. Look at the times. That's New York. Look at the times. 43, 22, and 22. Big boy. Yeah, big boy. Coming off that crash. Here's another one. I know more about the bottom than the top. No, he had to be a rough one. Don't really know who these boys they went into, but guess what? They were there, and they did the work. Look at the times. Female, big dog. 49, 48. Finish it quick. Get them out of there. Boy refereed the first match. He said, I think I can get her. I think I can get her. He tried her. Shit, he went longer than the first one. He went longer than the first one. Good dog. Not much about the competition, but still, they were there. I always say. Some of these guys, you may never see them again after that. You know what I'm saying? But one thing for damn sure, they can always say, hey, I did my dog. I did my shit. Another Detroit dog here. Wrecking Crew. Old China boy. Yard bread right there. They must have liked it that bottom because they showed breaded good. And then they turned around and breaded to some stuff they had up there at the top. That's a breeding program on their own yard. Look at the results. He can beat you quick, he can beat you long. Good referees. Grim Reaper, OG, Westside Kennel. Westside lost to him too in 34. Nice 41 pounder right there. He up there in the D area. He got to be a good one. You looking at it from your view. Right. That's what they seeing. All up in the screen. Hey, y'all give me a thumbs up if y'all can see that clear. Let me know. I'm going through these, and I want to make sure y'all can see it clear. If y'all can't see it clear, y'all need to let me know, guys. It might check the screen, sister. Give me a thumbs up or what, man. If y'all can see it, let me know, fellas. I'm gonna hold right there for a minute to make sure y'all can see what I'm doing here. I just want to make sure y'all can see. Okay. Keep in mind, guys, these is matches. These is matches, and these is match dogs. They say 3 generations. Well, I can see it being done in 3 generations. I wonder if Tabitz can produce. He could produce. That's back in 2005. I like going through these because they matches. This is what we built on back in the day. These are the kind of dogs was being matched. These are the kind of dogs that was winning. Give you an idea of what was out there winning. Good bred shit. Majority of the time, you're going to find some good bred shit. There's another one. Good times. Male 43. Dropped down to 42. Dropped down to 40 in 1 and 37 minutes. He played with 3 pounds. They go Big Herc. Another kennel bred dog. Yard bred. Yard bred dog right there. Another good kennel. Putting the work in. Another big boy too. Up north, went in the hard area, definitely. He knocked out Champion Bo. Bad company and bring the pains Champion Bo. Took him an hour and 13, but they got there. Went in a tough area too. Yard bred went in good competition, guys. Not no new kennel. That's for damn sure. He build a yard. Worked the yard. Built it and then worked it. So Bolo, the guy's bred. Smart breeding. Real smart breeding. Definitely a smart breeding. I like that little wild side out. Took 2 sisters and bred them up. Crossed the 2 litter mate sisters. Then put them together. Came up with that one. Look at his times. He's definitely a bulldog. See the times? You win short, take you long. Good bred dog, good match. Know he game. Know he game. Look at his pedigree. If he made it that far, you know he game. Smart breeding. Put the work in and got paid. Yard breeding. That's how they doing it. This is what I call quality. You know, I call this is what built the game. Bring the Plains Champion Max. I would call that a yard bred dog right there. Yes, I would. Or Robinson. Or was it Robertson? Robertson, yeah. Another dog up north. That metro area, Detroit Metro. Definitely Michigan. Look at his times. Be some decent kennels too. Black on black kennels. Got some old Mayfield in there. One thing for damn sure, this must have been a rough 45-pounder. That's a big dog right there. Female too. Recognized rep, did the work. I always say what made him old Fredrickson, what's his name? Fredrickson, wanted to breed to Little Nitty. That was a good move, because he got one. Big bitch, too. Definitely playing around in the fast lane. You got Iceman and Backstreet refereeing your matches. Cock and loaded, General Ike. We seen him earlier. You see, he's a Boyle's dog. Look at his times. Do what a Boyle's dog do. He ran into that old champion Doc Holliday. He moved around a lot. Alabama, all up there in the Canadian area. He was traveling. Traveler said he found his way up there towards that D area, ran in an old dock. He was getting around. 22, 27, 21. Put the right heat on him. That's all I'm saying. That's that bullshit. All it takes is right heat on him. This is something that's not uncommon. It's common. It's common. I always tell y'all that. You will find a bulldog with them losses up there. This is how they lose. Not taking nothing away from them, but you can figure them out. Don't take him away. He was still a good dog. He wasn't no joke. And he's playing around in a tough weight class, especially up there where I told y'all where finality and that's that Michigan area. You know what I'm saying? Remember I told y'all them 6 feet deep? That's that zone. I'm trying to tell y'all that's a zone up there, boy. You got to be ready. All questions do get their answers when you play around in them areas, man. But that's what made the game. They all can't be undefeatable. Another good dog right here. This is another good one. Up there in the D. Showed her work. But then she lost. But he lost. But look who he lost to. He lost to Yellow Man. Up north. Grand champion Yellow Man knocked him off. Look at his times. 42-pounder, he was a good dog, that's for sure. He wasn't no, he put in 27, he went 140, 103. This is a Chinaman dog here. Look at the bottom. Good dog. We ran into that Yellow Man. That's Grand Champion Yellow Man. He lost to. Another good one right here. Look at the breeding. Federation. Referee Tennessee Dog Pound. Look, they went into him and ref. Even with all that help, they still lost in 41. But it's a good bred dog. You go back there and do your homework. The dog is bred good. Definitely put the work in. 39, 39, and 40. Okay, that's the Tennessee Bad Boys. Not the Tennessee Dog Pound. That was the Tennessee Bad Boys. The Tennessee Dog Pound was the one refereeing. That's what it was. My fault, guys. I missed it reading and got my glasses. I can see it, though. But good, another good one. This one right here, we know Rough and Tough Kennels. That's about the only one I know. Brownstone seemed like it's a yard breeding. It worked. He won 3. Female 42. 1 in 42. 1 in 41. And then went to work. She had to go to work. Rough and Tough bought a good one. But even then showed her gameness. Don't know how that stuff really works out and where to go back to. But it's a yard breeding. Old Brownstone put it together. He got it to work. He didn't ever do nothing else, goddammit. He got him one. Another breeding here. We've been seeing a whole lot of them Garner dogs, ain't we? A couple of them Garner dogs. Look, they showing out now. This is that Florida, that dog down here in the Florida area, down here in the South. He beat Latin boys, Latin Force, and the Miami boys. But look at that Mason Smiley though. That's that triple M. That's that triple M cross. Oh, Hoffman said, let me put some of that triple M with this shit and let me go back in here and take this shit back out here. He doubled it up with coming off that Hoffman's Queen, Southern Queen. It go another breeding. Take a sister and run it. Bronco and Boots. Right there. Then they got Bronco and Queen. Keep in mind, then you got right here, coming off of Queen. Good line. This yard breeding right here. Yard breeding right here. Old Hoffman put one together. Look, he beat some good ones, and he did it in quick order. Latin Force was probably his hardest match. You know, damn well he probably was either a Mayday or Barracuda dog that he whooped. He went 48. Good referee, Latin Brothers, Super Kennels, and Miscellaneous. That's a bulldog right there. It's a good bulldog. That's that triple wham up in there. Don't forget that. Here's an interesting one right here. That's up New York style there, up there in that New York area. Buffalo. Another good dog. Definitely a bulldog. Put some work in on that. Because he had to work. Dog walker, Nino, Canadian Connection, beat good kennels. He didn't go in there blowing them over, that's for damn sure. But look at his breeding. Damn good bred dog. Hey. Crossing some of that old tab looking stuff. Crossing it up with that yellow. That red boy up there at that top. Different way of going about it. Showing you got gameness. You got gameness and determination. 1-3. Good dog. You got another good bred dog right here. Another one. Champion Gargola, that's the same thing as Champion Nickel Jr. Registered mare. Took that Stone City stuff and crossed it in with some Mayday and Hollandworth stuff. Came up with a good one. You're going to be a bulldog. You're a big boy. And beat some pretty good kennels, too. Look, beat Captain America. Took him 2 hours to get him, but he stayed there in there. Hard to beat. When you got him coming across like that, can't never happen unless you do it. Not talking about it, talking about being about it. Hey, you got to take his hat off to him because he beat a good kennel. Good cross. He paid the money. Champion Nickel Jr. That's Nickel Jr. right there. That's who Gargola is. Stone City cross with some Hollandworth Mayday. Oh, Southern Kennels Katana. Katana. I remember Vice Grips had her. I could have bought her. Remember that dog right there? I had her. Could have left with her. I was so fucked up with the walking around in that dog shit, stepping in like it wasn't shit with no shoes and socks on. Fucked me up. I just couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Should have done it. Had the opportunity to do it, but just couldn't do it. Enjoyed myself up there with him, though. I had a nice time with him. But let me see here. That was the book that Schoolboy sent me. Again, he's got them out there. He's got them out there. You need to get in touch with old Schoolboy. You want to get some of these books that he has out there, part of the past. This is good reading materials, good information, a good source. I mean, even it's a good thing to even have, you know, when it comes down to the historical part of it. You know, a lot of guys, you know, y'all ain't into that life. Y'all ain't into that life. You know what I'm saying? But it's just part of the historical references that want to keep you focused on that because they were still bulldogging. You know, a lot of the stuff, even in 2005, remember we coming off the 90s. And even so, you coming off the 90s, there's a whole thing change going on. People getting busted, going into 2000, and they still putting it in. The damn man with the journal, he's still putting out a journal even after getting knocked in his house getting raided, and they got all our names down there in Washington, D.C. Yet he still published that book. So what did that tell you? I mean, that's something that I don't think a lot of you guys really dig in. Some of you might just be sitting there listening, but are y'all sucking it in and paying attention to what I'm saying? If the journal was that damn fucked up after his dude got caught at a match, then get his shit raided, get Jack's house raided, and still be able to produce this book for another 2 years after 2005. Last edition of the actual book was 2007. Now, all that shit that came on after that, was not really the sporting dog journal as we know it. But that just shows you, even with a case in the appeals court, he was still able to publish and report the Sporting Dog Journal. Okay? That's just a note for discussion for those who's always acting like the book was not important. Damn, if the book was not important, then guess what? There's been a lot of us that would have got scared away. We'd have been scared. We'd have been all scared away. Hold on, guys. I done lost it here for a minute. Hold on. I lost my face. Sorry about that. A lot of them would have been scared away. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't scare him. And it took the dog fighting community. It didn't scare them. It couldn't have, because he still need us to produce the book. That's 2005, y'all. Y'all need to really check into that with Schoolboy. And really look, this is a time when the book got everybody's name that was in the book prior to 2004 down to 5,000 subscribers. All the reports in all the journals they didn't collect it. And this man is still able to go to trial, get found guilty, able to go appeal, and stay out of jail until 2007 and still produce this book with Jack Kelly's blessing, even after they ran up into Jack's house after the fact. The dog fighting community kept this book alive. It wasn't him. It was the community. Why did the community keep it alive? Because back then, we needed him. Back then, this is history making. Back then, if you don't see your name nowhere else in this book ever again, one thing for damn sure, I can at least be able to pick the book up and go to your name if you in here and show you one time that you was really bulldogging. A lot of these guys probably didn't even report matches, but like I said, for all these people, we didn't report our matches. Well, guess what? There were so many other people that did. Now, okay, so we don't know nothing about you. That's your problem. Not taking nothing away from you. But I'm going to give more likings to what somebody who was reporting our matches, where we can pick it up and read it and we ain't got to listen to you. We just go see what you did. If we can't do that, then we sitting here listening to you. And that listening never gets me past the front door, because I always say, because you did not report your matches, now I got to listen to your story. I can't go and pick up a journal and enjoy your story by just sitting here looking at the dogs that you might have been matching, people you might have been going into. Then I could probably show more respect to your story. But that old lame ass line that I hear some of you wannabes try to slide in there and everybody didn't report, there was enough of us that did, that we was able to maintain and keep it going for the sole purpose of the history and us doggers that was really putting their life on the line. Fuck what the outcome and the consequences was. Report my shit. We're just sitting in appeals court, still publishing a book that's still reporting dog fights. I'm just saying, that's bulldogging. Ain't nobody running around here scared. They still bulldogging. That's the point I'm trying to make. Still proving points about good bred shit. Majority of the dogs we went over in 2005 was good bred dogs. Majority of the dogs that we saw, the champions and the grand champions, was majority good bred dogs. And let's not forget about the homegrown winners. Guys that put their work together, their kennel work together, put their sauce on it and produced. We don't even never hear about them ever again. Not even in line or nothing. But they did it. Hey, shit, one thing for damn sure, if I could get any one of them on the show, I would love to get them on there. Why? Because one thing for sure, they got their accolades to be able to talk about it. Because we already seen they was being about it. During a time that, hey, we had all the microscopes, all the alphabets running around trying to snatch up yards, trying to snatch up people, throwing everybody in jail. But guess what? The basement was still the basement. It was still happening, and they were still reporting it, regardless of the consequences. Why is that? Why was it so important to carry that forward? Would y'all know about Grand Champion Yellow Man? Huh? Would y'all know about those other champion dogs coming off the garden and stuff? Why, a lot of y'all believe the shit don't work. We see enough in the old school. I can guarantee you'll see a lot of it in the new school. Why? Because of the fact. The same reason that journal was going around after the boy then got found guilty and was able to stay out on appeal and still publish the Sporting Dog Journal, because there were still people out there matching dogs. Damn all the other shit that came along with it and the circumstances and the consequences behind it, they were still matching dogs. And regardless of that fact, he still published those matches, where these guys are able to go back and show their champions. You wouldn't know nothing about Grand Champion Yellow Man if the man had to quit in 2004 when they raided his yard. With all the good dogs, that dog is in that, all these great pedigrees. How would y'all have known about him without being in that book? Over pairs online? That's all you had to go after? Well, guess what? He's just not a pairs online dog. A lot of us after 2007 didn't make it. A lot of going hard dogs. Remember, I got rated in 2008. So a lot of the going hard dogs, there was no book to go to after that. Nothing reputable. Now everybody's scared now, because now he had to go get set down. Once he sat down, who's going to take over it? Nobody there to pick it up. They tried with that international sporting dog. Lockdown Rudy, he tried. They was trying, but the pressure was on. Who wants to take the risk? You have to be a Jack Kelly. You cannot be involved if you're not taking the risk. Why take a risk and try to be a publisher and still try to fight dogs too? No, if you're just a damn publisher, then guess what? You're just a publisher. And that's all. There ain't nobody taking your ass to jail for publishing a book and keeping records. If you ain't never there and all you doing is collecting information, you don't know if any of this information is true. You don't even care if it's true. That's not what you're doing it for. You're doing it for the sole fact of publishing. That means if any dog man is crazy enough like they was in 2004 and 5 and 6 and 7,
843.
they're going to publish their matches.
909 for Michael Bayless.
Alexa, answer the call.
There is no incoming call.
You see what I'm saying? So, I'm just diving in a little deeper into that situation. Hold on.
Incoming call from
Alexa, answer the call. Hello? Alexa, disconnect the call.
If you're trying to call in, you gotta call in. You damn got mad at Alexa, didn't you? Shit, she hung up. Nigga, what you think you talking to? He said, Alexa, answer the call. Alexa looked at that nigga, hung up. Man, shit, I gotta answer shit talking to me like that. But yeah.
Alexa, answer the call. Hello? Alexa, disconnect the call.
Yo.
Oh.
Hold on. You there?
What's going on?
And then go ahead, speak up, baby.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to touch in a little bit on some things y'all guys were talking about.
Go ahead.
Especially that thing when Twin ran down about the dog of the years and how much yellow influenced, that many dogs in a 10 to 12 year span. That right there, in my opinion, kind of solidified when you think about Grand Champion Yellow. There were great dogs before Yellow, great dogs after Yellow, better match dogs in Yellow. But when you look at his impact, has there been a more impactful individual dog than Grand Champion Yellow, especially from a male's aspect? When we look at the legacy of production and performance that has followed him through since what, the 80s, 90s?
Yes, sir. That's right.
And 2000s.
So that kind of puts it in perspective, like how propotent he was as a producer and how special that particular cross was that made him. That there's been all kind of crosses that have been made with these dogs. You can name them; they've all been made. But when it came to that particular dog being created, there has never been a more, not saying the best dog ever, but a more important dog. When we look at these game dogs, like I said, there are better dogs before him. We can name them, better match dogs, because he wasn't the top tier match dog based on the stories we've been told, based on his style and all this stuff. But when you look at the trail that has been laid since him, is there a more important dog than Grand Champion Yellow? In my opinion, I say no, but it's up for debate conversation.
Hey, who are we talking to? We gotta let the people know who we talking to, listening to.
James Jones.
James Jones, what's up, man?
What's going
You
on?
done slid in here on the show, man. Y'all, this is James Jones. I know we catch him out there in the damn chat all the time.
Appreciate you dropping back through, James.
Yeah, man, that's good, man. Glad to call. Go ahead, man. You got the flow. Yeah, that was good. Go ahead.
And also to kind of touch on with the magazine, like you hear people talk about the magazine. The magazine did this, the magazine did that. And the magazine, yes, in my opinion, it helped validate what individual person or individual account was. You were able to document for history. I was one of those guys that people would also think it did that we don't have today. It was kind of like a East Bay magazine, a shopping magazine, or somebody when it came to, if I have a badass bitch, what is out there for me to bring this badass bitch to? And by having a central magazine or a central source of information, if I'm in South Carolina, my small circle or the people I know, they may not have something that may be what I need to go to. It may be a dog in Texas that I may not know about because I may not be in those circles in Texas. But by having this magazine, I see Grand Champion Tex-Mex. This is his breeding. This is his performance record. Now I may get in contact with a man that owns this dog, and maybe that'll help me put together a better breeding. So also, it was not just a place where you can advertise, show what my dog was able to do, but also it helped people who are looking at putting together the best breedings possible. It kind of gave you extra information or extra access from not what's in your little town or what's in your state, but what's out in California, what's out in Texas, what's out in Detroit, what's up in New York. That may be a better breeding for me versus just the dogs that you have access to.
Right.
So I think that's also what we look at today when we talk about the quality of dog. There isn't a Mayday out here today. There isn't that superstar stud dog or that superstar performance dog, because I think certain breedings or the number of breedings that need to be made can't be made because of the limited resources of a lot of people that may be looking to put together big time breeding. Unless you're, in the know, your circle may be bigger than this guy's circle who's just getting started, but may have the dogs that may require a certain level of breeding. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have that circle or that access to information, it takes a little bit longer to make those special dogs that back in the 90s guys, all the fans of the breed can get together, share information, and provide information to create briefings, or just to kind of congregate, so to speak. Like the
Right.
magazine was a central source to advertise or congregate without being on the West Coast, without being up in New York. I could be in Florida, South Carolina, and be able to find out what's going on, who is who out in California or whatever. So I think a lot of that is missing with the not having a magazine resource type resource we can draw from in today's time. That's just my opinion.
Well, I think you're hitting the dead on the head, and like you said, if you ain't got night vision, you don't know who's out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, correct.
And
And like today, the laws made it a little bit tougher to kind of be out as much. So by the laws being a little bit tougher, people not as open, to the community.
exactly.
Things more drawn in. And now you don't have a magazine. Everybody is even more tighter circle. Now it makes it harder for information to get out to it. So hey, this guy in Texas got this badass producing buck dog. I'm looking for a badass producing buck dog. It may not be nothing in 2 or 3 states of me that I want to go to, but I may never find out about this badass producing buck dog that may be the dog I need to go to take my shit to the next level.
That's right. And
And like you say, everything on Pairs Online is just Pairs Online is like a Disney book. That shit is made up and people put up fake pedigrees, and so Pairs Online ain't really a quality source to try to find what's out there, to try to, take this shit to another level.
it's a classroom. It's a classroom
Yeah.
without true maintenance under it. You know what I mean? Because
Correct.
it works for those
You don't know.
who it works for those who reputable. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
Because again, you can take so many of those people and let's talk about it, and they have everything to talk about but nothing to show. See, that's the
Correct.
separation. Because see,
Correct.
again, Mike was talking about the quality of the dogs, far as running treadmills, running up walls, confirmation, the possibility of are we able to maintain those genetics? To me, that's his hope, and a lot of these other guys' hope. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My hope is that the game continues to be where it necessarily is. Like I said, if my man can still run the journal after getting those federal charges, go to trial, get an appeal, and still publish such a book,
Correct.
and now you don't have the book no more. But one thing they never stopped, the family, the fighting dog community kept that published. Without that, he couldn't have nothing to publish. So even through all his troubles, the community said, if you're willing to do it, then we willing to continue doing it. And it continued until he went to jail. Now, if you take that away, now we don't have nothing but night vision. You can get them at Ace Hardware, you can get them at T-Mew, you can get them anywhere. But what's the purpose of getting them if you can't use them?
Correct.
The purpose of night vision today, because there is no reference, but there's a preference.
Correct.
The preference is night vision.
Correct.
And if you're not willing to take the chance, then, when you make these critical breedings and be running around here looking for that quality dog, why are you doing that?
Correct.
What are you selling? If you're going to sell me a treadmill runner or a wall climber or a confirmation, with a pretty pedigree, tell me that. You see what I'm saying? Don't be out here selling game bred this and because it's got this all in it, it's all that. And look,
Correct.
that's the new preference of reference.
The new thing now is, like I tell people, and again, you have guys out there that are staying true to the game and putting that work. Those guys still exist. Those outlaws are still out there. But now, for the most part, most of these guys, they're paying high quality dollar. They're paying top dollar for beautiful papers. You're not buying dogs anymore. They're buying papers
Exactly.
because the paper said this, this, and this. Well, a dog comes along with the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're paying for. Versus back in the day, I'm buying this dog. Oh, here goes some paperwork, but I got a badass dog. It's in the opposite nowadays. They're paying 25, 35 for some badass papers. They're I'm throwing a dog to go along with paperwork. That's what it seems like. You know what I'm saying? Almost like if, let's say for example, if I'm selling coonhound puppies. How can I tell you I got the best coonhound dogs when none of the dogs in the first 3-4 generations ever been coon hunted?
Good question.
I'm just selling you something based on what happened 10, 15, 20 years ago, and these are the grandkids of it. Well, how do I know these dogs still carry the traits that this night grand champ or this AKC grand champion coon hunting dog that he actually exhibited in the woods was able to perform, but you're telling me this dog is valuable because of the paperwork that or the performance of 3-4 generations ago. And that's what we got a lot of today. There's too much preserving and not enough performing.
That's right.
Everybody want to preserve this. I'm preserving the blood. Well, okay, how do you know you're preserving the best traits? What are you preserving? You preserving names on a pedigree, or are you actually preserving actual traits?
Then you ask him, so tell me, what's the best producing match dog out here today? In your line.
Yeah.
I just fucked up the whole sale.
Questions that
I just fucked up the whole sale. He's mad at me. He's ready to hang up the phone. Are you the police?
Yeah, you the police and all that. Nah, I'm just asking a general question.
All right.
I'm not asking you to give me blow by blow. I'm just asking you, hey, what's the best, your best performing or best producing dog? Simple question, simple answer.
That's all. And for those who look for those type of answers, you should know when they're pushing the pedigree to you, you know what I'm saying, where you're headed. Where you're headed.
Correct.
Because nowadays, night vision speaks for itself. If you ain't got night vision, then you don't see shit, then you stay upstairs and keep messing with this shit. Because, again, you still got night vision. What is night vision? Night vision is exactly what it means. If you got glasses, you can see in the dark. If there's a purpose for you to need them, then you can see in the dark. But there's no purpose for you to be even buying them if you can't go see in the dark with them. So you'll never know what I can see. You only can go on what you know and what you see, which is papers. Dude would try to sell me papers and say his yard is this and his yard is that. And then I say, well, I'll tell you what. Tell me one great dog in your pedigree that's out right now.
Correct.
What are you going to say?
What dog have you produced?
Yeah, now he ain't got to even produce it. Just name one. He don't know shit. He don't know one. He's so busy in the papers, he don't know. There's no reference. There's no journal he can go grab. He ain't got no night vision. He ain't got no Jimmy around the corner. He's got about 6 or 7 pair with about 5 or 6 champions on his yard. And he don't talk to nobody. You know what I'm saying? You just know him, but you don't even talk. He don't even talk to you. Because you can't sell him shit. You couldn't give him a dog because your yard don't fit his yard.
Correct.
You see, there's a space there. You know, and see, when you get on my bus, we back here, we're going to discuss that space. That's all. I would never tell y'all asses that goddamn y'all going to pull up a great goddamn dog from running up and down wall or running fast on a treadmill going to make you grand champion Buck or Frisco. Shit. You never get that coming out of my mouth. You know.
And it's cool. It is cool to have those dogs that can.
Yeah. But don't go selling me some shit talking about some game bred shit. I don't want to hear that shit.
These dogs, true, but these dogs are built off a particular history and completing particular tasks.
Yes.
This is what these dogs have been built off of. Like, that's like if you use the coonhound preference. That's like me having 4-5 generations of the best coon hunting dogs in the world. But the way the sales pitch that these are the best coon dogs in the world, that they're the best turkey hunting dogs in the world. Like that don't go together. These ain't turkey hunting dogs.
Right.
These are coon hunting dogs.
These coon hunting dogs.
So it's like, yeah, for game bred dogs to tell me he's a great treadmill runner, a great wall climber, that's cool. But what does that have to do about his abilities as a game bred American Pit Bull Terrier? It's cool he can run a treadmill and got those, but that ain't what that isn't the legacy that keeps these dogs going for the past 200 years now.
Yes, sir.
To be working on 20 years of these dogs, so their entire legacy. At no point would these dogs very often do any other tasks. When they started these dogs, we know the American Pit Bull Terrier, these dogs were fighting dogs. Point blank period. They were bred to be fighting dogs. They produce fighting dogs. It's just that simple.
They competed as fighting dogs. They were bred as fighting dogs. That's
The
all.
stories that we love to listen to is because of their fighting and fighting history and their history of producing high-level fighting dogs. Not turkey hunting them, not coon hunting, squirrel hunting, but fighting dogs.
So we're dealing with a different type of quality. That's all.
Correct.
We're dealing with different type of quality. And we have to keep
Different type of
reminding
quality.
these guys why they're throwing these damn pedigrees up in all these numbers. Look at this pedigree. Look at this pedigree. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they can't tell you nothing about the parents or the grandparents. Well, what attributes the grandparents have? What's the best attributes of the parents? At least give me that.
Look,
At least make me, at least let me feel like you know something.
see that I don't even work it that hard. I don't even work it that hard. I go right in there. I go right in there into the boonies to make damn sure that we on the same page. Okay, you want me to see your pedigree? Okay, so before I look at your pedigree, I need to know what's the greatest dog right now out here producing like a Mayday or a Yellow or a G.
Correct.
How many people gonna have that answer?
No.
That's right. That's right. That's the point. So tell me something. Why are you selling this shit? Why are we looking at this shit? Why do you want me to buy this shit? Why do you want me to breed to your shit? I mean, these are the questions that I'm asking. Don't take it personal, because it's not a personal question. It's more of a factual question.
It's no different. You go to the car dealership, and I have questions about the performance of a particular car. That man should be able to tell me the performance attributes of this car. I need to know all the specs, this, the engine size, the wheelbase. I need to know the gear ratio. I need this man to tell me everything about this car if you're going to sell me this car.
But can I run them at the Daytona? Can I compete at the Daytona? I ain't say that now. I ain't say that. They made them from the same place, but you know they didn't make them the same way.
Yeah. You know, but like I said, it's just, I think a lot, you know, when the magazine was lost, you know, and like I said, times have changed. I mean, times change, but I think a lot of not having just simply having a central location where all the fanciers of this particular breed can come together and share information and provide, I don't want to use the word intel, but provide almost like watching ESPN. That was our ESPN. We want to see what the score of the basketball game or the football game. We can go to ESPN and we know who had these many yards, who had these many sacks, who had these many interceptions. We don't have that no more. We don't know who's the superstars. We don't know who's the high performers of the game because there is no ESPN where we can tune into to find out the scores of the game. Kind of make it in layman's terms.
Because they don't have the guts. Here's the problem. I'm just going to keep it real with you. They don't have the guts. See, when they went out there and started getting those night vision glasses, they gave up because we don't have nobody to stand behind. We don't have a Jack Kelly to stand behind. We don't have a Word Kennels to stand behind. You know why? Because Word Kennels, see, he did it wrong. See, he got all our names down there at the Department of Agriculture. You know what I'm saying? Because he did it wrong. Jack, he was smart. See, when they go pulling up Jack shit and see all Jack subscribers and look at all Jack's reports, Jack, go to page 12 and tell me who is this dog here. I don't damn it know. They send reports. I don't know when, where, whatever the fuck. I don't know none of that shit. I just publish it. Because I have a right to publish it. I'm not breaking no law. Where is that person? See, they don't have that person. And see, you can't expect a person who wears night vision to be that person. He would be a damn fool. He don't want to share that shit with nobody. Everybody's running around because it was never meant for a person wearing the vision. He needs somebody to stand behind to make his vision. You know what I'm saying? Until then, he's just wandering around in the dark. And for those who wander around together, they can see each other because they got the equipment to be with each other. You understand what I'm saying? That community would jump on a bandwagon, but without that bandwagon, it is no bandwagon. Because you got to have somebody who's not fighting dogs.
Correct.
You got to have somebody who doesn't promote fighting dogs, who don't run around hollering, I'm breeding this shit, and then still trying to publish a damn magazine.
Yeah, you can't play two games like that.
You
got
just
to be a news reporter or you're an active participant.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And you got to be worthy.
Yeah.
You got to be worthy. You got to be worthy in today's time when nobody's worthy about shit but their own narrative. You understand what I'm saying? See, that's what it is today. The guys who are wearing the night vision, they are no different than the guys in the 2000s. They ain't no different than the guys in the 90s. They ain't no different than the guys in the 60s. They ain't no different than the guys in the 50s. They all doing the same damn thing. They still fighting fucking dogs.
Correct.
We just don't have a reference reporting because we can't find somebody who's really in a position to really take it for that type of community to fall behind. Remember, even though dude got busted, we still fell behind with him and rolled with him regardless of his case. Remember, that means that they was paying for those books. You know what I'm saying? They were still reporting, knowing this guy's got a case. But they supported him. Why? Because we already doing semi-illegal. What we got to lose? This is what we have always had, and we're going to ride it till the wheels fall off. And they rode it till the wheels fall off. They tried to duplicate it, but you can't duplicate international shit with our shit that we created. You can't go put in an international sporting dog journal and think that shit was going to last. When we ain't getting no reports, no info.
Correct.
We just got a goddamn shit. You might as well. What's that police to be Southern Mike always on the mail in my mailbox? You know, the ones that always be trying to get you to buy shit from. Not like Amazon and all them like that. You know what I'm saying? Finger Hut.
Finger Hut.
Shit like Finger Hut. You know what I'm saying? All they doing is trying to sell you some shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They don't know nothing about the products that they selling.
No.
If the shit break down, don't try to call them asking them a damn thing about that shit you just bought. You know what I'm saying? They can't help you. They can't help you.
Yeah.
And that's where we at today. And for those who come to this show in the back street, who don't want to subscribe, who doesn't want to leave a mark or any kind of paper chase trail leading back to them. That I clearly understand that. I really understand where they be coming from. Because YouTube has that information. There's no secret to that.
Yeah.
And let's just be smart about it. It's true. Twin, I would love to subscribe. I would love to hit a like. But I got a match tomorrow. I understand. How can I not understand that? You know what I'm saying?
You gotta respect it.
Gotta respect that. But they need that, man. They need a twin. Don't leave us, man. Don't leave us. We all falling behind you, man, like you were saying. You watch, I'm going to hear the same old shit. They're going to say twins, like you said. We fell behind word Kennels. That's why they was able to keep the journal. Twin, do not leave yet, man. We have fallen behind y'all, man. We stand behind y'all. Y'all about the realest shit out there that don't bring in the politics of everybody else's bullshit. Don't leave us, man,
like
because we done fell behind you.
This shit like watching Jerry Springer. Like, really? I hate it when it comes across my YouTube timeline. I just keep scrolling. Like, I just wait for Tuesdays and Fridays because most of that shit just be. Hey, J-Bo show. I love J-Bo. Like I said, J-Bo show be on point. But they just be talking dogs and keep it simple. Other shit just be. Really? This all y'all got to talk about? Y'all talk about each other and talk about your likes and your views and like that ain't what this shit is about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even like. I don't even mind the you know, the PBS over there at PBK. You know, public broadcasting announcement. We need that shit. I mean, well, you got people whining about it. Y'all don't even fight dogs, and y'all sitting here whining. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't night vision, cause night vision they want to know. Now you ain't heard none of them complaining about shit.
Yeah.
You ain't heard one person.
But it just seems like more of the other stuff just kind of just, you know, like you say, just stick to reporting things that's going on, keep it simple. Boom. But all that extra, the Jerry Springer stuff, like, as a man, I just be like, I ain't got time for this. It's just too much.
But
like
it brings views.
I really talk about it, try to pick up a little bit of information so I can implement it and, you know, just be better at what I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Outside of that,
see, I'm trying to be, what's his name? Gerardo Rivera. Yeah, you ain't supposed to fight on my show, but if the fight break out, damn it, I'm fighting. You know what I'm saying? Okay, fuck it. You know, Jerry Springer, you already know they're going to be hollering and screaming and all kind of mud slinging and all kind of shit, because that's what it's all about. That's what made Jerry Springer. You see what I'm saying?
Correct.
So this is what this drives people. But guess what? These are people who's already ain't got nothing to do anyway. They're the ones that's doing the pretty pedigree. They ain't got nothing to risk. They just want to get out there and want to make sure everybody know that they got this right here and that right here, and they can talk a good dog game, and they're gonna try to get the Earl Tudor Award that way. Not ever doing one damn thing with their dog.
If you actually had some real information and real insight, you wouldn't have time for the other stuff because you be having so much information to provide to those who want to listen and learn something. I'm constantly giving y'all new game, whether it's feeding, breeding, healthcare, some history of what created this. When you breed, if you're breeding this, you want to look out for this. Like, those are the type of things I like to try to get a little bit better game on particular bloodlines. Okay, what makes this bloodline special? Then, like you said, when you guys give a little backstory, a little history, okay, that's what makes this special. That's why this bloodline is special. Now, like, you gotta force me to go look at this over here. Let me look at this. Let me do a little bit of studying and kind of use that as a reference to what I got in front of me to try to make that a little bit better with what I'm actually thinking and using myself by studying and getting a little bit of game of what were the pieces that help create this dog I'm standing looking in front of.
That's right there. But what if I turn around and you, while you listen, or you want telling the story, and I stop you and say, well, which one of them things work for you?
far as
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Say, you know, like these guys, they learning. They picking up information. They always got something to say.
okay.
Okay? I'm sitting here listening to a guy like, you know, sitting here, you know, sounding pretty good. Sound like you know what he's talking about. And then I just stop him for a second and say, so which one of them work best for you? First time I hear that, you know, first time, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because 95% of the internet is how that work.
Correct. That is true. That is so true. And like I said, that's why me myself, even though like I said, I took some time away just for working and traveling. Now back into this thing, like you said, just me and my guys, just picking up where we picked off from, learning a lot of these new dogs, and like I said, just picking up where we left off at, doing our thing. Until we got something to bring out and talk about, hey, we're just gonna keep our head down, keep working,
That's
doing
it.
our thing. And like I said, if I'm talking to somebody and hey, this is what we doing. I can't be an expert for every and all, but this is what we got going on, and this works for us. Hey, you can try it if you like it. If you don't, hey, it is what it is. But I'm not like you said, most of the guys, these gurus, where it's like, okay, you're a guru, but you haven't done guru shit. Like,
That's right.
what makes you a guru? And you have no resume. Okay, I've done this, 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 this. Okay, you check out a whole bunch of guru boxes or expert boxes. Like, that's different than just, hey, I'm just gonna read some stuff out of book, read some stuff out of magazine, or like you said with PBK, I'm just gonna report the news of what's going on and leave it at that. Versus guys like you or people like J-Bo or people like Schoolboy who actually applied some shit over an extended period of time. Now these are the people that got my ear. I know I'm gonna pick up some type of game. It could be something small, it could be something major, but I know I'm gonna pick up something because these are people who've applied their processes. They fucked up over here. Hey, if I did this shit didn't work. This is fucked up. But when I did it this way is where I got success from. Now, you can try it and see if it works for you. If not, it don't. Cool. But this is what I did, and these are the results I got. You can always find value in people who apply their equations in any type of scientific or math or with dogs. You can't be a genius or a professor if you haven't applied any of your work.
That's true. And here's another good one. Twin, I got a question for you, man. Hey, what if you had never made that Mayday Stone City breeding? Do you think we would still have those dogs?
What is your answer?
My answer was eventually. Eventually. You know what I'm saying? My thing about the whole situation was
the first one to do it.
Because I ran into the perfect storm.
Correct.
That's all that was. It was a perfect storm. But even, you know, I've done shows showing people that prior to me ever doing it, I'm talking about putting those two kennels together, even though they can't stand each other.
Correct.
I love their dogs. Now, once they become my dogs, who gonna tell me what to do on my yard? Did it stop them from trying to stop me? It didn't stop me, but they tried. You know what I'm saying?
But then when they saw the success of you applying something, you're like, you know what? What if I put this with this? You know what? Let me apply it. And now let me see what are the results from that. When they sat back like, okay, we may not have liked it, but because we're fans of high level dogs, and when you made this particular cross and got high level dogs, why the hell would we not do something to also create high level dogs when we got the ingredients in a higher percentage that they use to create high level dogs? So we take out high level shit and take that same cross back into more high level shit, we should get the same, if not better, high level dogs.
Exactly. So that's why I made it such a point.
Like I tell people, it's not reinventing. When it comes to these dogs, you're not reinventing the wheel. There's been a whole bunch of crosses that have been made. It's about identifying what particular particular individual dogs you're going to use from an individual particular bloodline, that will work. Because I can do a Jeep Rascal cross and the dogs may not be nothing. You use two different strands of Jeep Rascal and make it the next dog of the decade.
That's right.
Because you identified a different or traits or a different particular dog based on what your eyes are seeing versus what my eyes are seeing.
Right.
So again, we're not reinventing the wheel. It's just applying, seeing what the results are, and then going back to the drawing board to see where I need to make adjustments at. Try this shit again, and just keep trying to improve, But you're always assessing, and you can only assess to improve by actually putting these dogs through particular contests or particular exercises to see I need to add a little bit of this, take away some of this, or how I need to mix these groceries up to get the final result. But you can't do that by just taking papers and saying, okay, if I take these papers, put them with these papers, I should get the next dog of the decade.
They're gonna be feeding
a clear recipe for success.
They're gonna be feeding a lot of dogs. They're gonna be feeding a lot of damn dogs.
A lot of dogs.
A lot of dogs. But the guy that's got that night vision on, he gonna keep that yard short and small. You know what I'm saying?
It don't take a lot of dogs. It don't take a lot of dogs.
It don't take a lot of dogs.
You take the right dogs.
Because it takes all the things that made these dogs the dogs that they are has been through competing. Trial and error.
Yep.
You can't keep them all. And they all don't work. You see what I'm saying?
You can't keep them all.
And it all don't work. You're going to see more losses and throwing away shit than you are ever going to see glory. That's for damn sure. There's not a dog man out there who doesn't understand what that means. Any dog man who's even had the opportunity to come to a level of the respect that I've received in my years, and I honestly believe that I deserve that respect because not on my own tip, but because of the fact that the people who took me under their wing and built what I became. You see what I'm saying? How could I go wrong? That all I did is show them the homage of the fact that I paid attention. I listened.
Correct.
I put a piece of meat into what y'all taught me.
Correct.
So I was able to get somewhere that, like they always said, legends make legends.
That is true.
For those who want to know. Everybody don't get all the answers. But those who want to know get most of the answers because guess what? They're always listening and they ain't running their mouth. You know what I'm saying? And that's the biggest part of the story. I wouldn't have a story if I had never met McNasty. I wouldn't have never had a story if I had never met B-Crest to take me to go meet McNasty. You know what I'm saying? Without meeting McNasty and them, I wouldn't have never met the Abrahams. You know what I'm saying? Without going up to New York, I wouldn't have met all those guys up in New York. Or the Carolinas. You know, it was all a dog fighting community. Regardless of where I went, there was a community.
Like you said, by sitting back and just observing, now I'm seeing what the true apex predators of the game and how they do their thing at that apex level. And if I want to operate at this apex level, I'm seeing what it takes. And I can't sell myself short, the dogs or my yard. These are the standards to be one of those apex predators.
Period.
If you want to be an apex predator, or you're going to be prey. It's just that simple.
And that's the truth. I mean, look at some of them guys that had the opportunity to beat some of the great dog men. With just one dog. I mean, imagine that. Like some of these dogs that we looked at tonight in 2005. Imagine some of these champions, man, that we'll never hear nothing else about them ever again. But we know in his championship record, he beat some good kennels.
Correct.
Now, when you go to hollering about him being a protege or him being a mentor to a new guy today, you know what I'm saying? Guess what? He can go back and look at his mentor and say, my mentor showed me he didn't report his matches, but he got some champions out of that book. You see what I'm saying? At least he was there.
At least you got that reference to refer to, that his mentor. You know what I'm saying? There's a couple mentors that spoke up for me and my brother for the fact that they seen him but never even really made it to the box, but was there at the box to see enough great dogs. You know what it looked like. Like this problem was saying, I just never had a chance to have it like that. I tried many years. Everybody don't always get it. More that don't make it than those that get a chance to even experience it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, goddamn, you've been feeding dogs for 40 years and we can't find you nowhere, and you got the nerve to be sitting up there hollering, I done this shit for 40 years. 40 years of feeding a bunch of damn dogs, and all you can do is talk about it. You can't show us shit in these 40 years.
Correct.
But you can talk a lot of shit. You see what I'm saying? And then you rather to downplay the guys who put the work in, got the paperwork to prove it. You know what I'm saying? Whether you like it being recorded, or guess what? I'd rather take the chance. A chance that you don't take is the reason why you standing there trying to tell me a story I don't want to hear, because you ain't got nothing to back it up. Can you give me one person a cred that, you know what I mean, that can stand here and vouch for you? No, the next answer to that is, you know, I just don't put my people's business out there, because ain't nobody. Ain't nobody you can refer to, because you ain't did shit. But these are the things that you're listening to. And then want to get mad and want to argue or want to fuss about some shit, you know, to deter you away from the point that I don't want him to ask me no more questions. You know what I'm saying? He might expose me. He keep talking like that. I don't want to be exposed like that. And that's what gets under their skin.
Yeah.
But that's today's world. Like Mike said, go run your treadmills. Go pull your weights. Go run up there. Maybe you can get good quality out of that. But don't try to sell me that shit if that's not what I'm into.
True.
I'm still in the night vision. I don't give a damn.
If I'm in the race cars and drag races, don't be trying to sell me a minivan.
Okay, exactly. They might, you know, we might be playing on the same team and shit, but hey, bro, we ain't running under the same community.
Correct.
See, my community, we got infrared. Your community, y'all under bright light. Y'all want everybody to see you. We just ain't in that group. I ain't gonna never be in that group. I can't, cause I don't fit. I be the Dave Chappelle of the good guys. Cause ain't a good guy out there that's trying to do it right, and that's not relying on a great dog pedigree. Come on, tell me I'm lying. You don't want to do shit with the dog, but you steady pulling up a great damn match dog pedigree. Come on now. If you don't need that, then why refer to it?
Gotta have a sale pitch.
There you go.
To hook you in so I can sell you something.
There it is. There it is. So don't get mad when I call it out like for what it is, it is. You know what I'm saying? You ain't thought about running down the Ace Hardware and going back there in that gun section looking them night vision glasses. You ain't trying to go in Ace Hardware for that. You know, you just want to stand outside the store and say you've been there. Yeah. You look.
Out of the bright sunshine.
Right there where everybody can see you. You know what I'm saying? And it's getting washed away. It's getting washed away. The back street is the only thing out here that's really keeping these channels alive, because they're not hitting no buttons, but they're giving you the views because you know they coming to see. When a man ain't got one in keep in the middle of the summer, and he's a hard-working man, you know what I'm saying, and he's doing and come on, back in our day, we know what kind of weather this is. This is hot weather. You out here doing dogs, you've been waiting for this shit since the spring. You can't wait. You've been waiting, hungry for this shit. You finally get a chance to show your hand and take that opportunity and travel the world. or travel this country and go into whatever. Guess what? It's not as hard as it was in the early 2000s in the 90s. You know why? Because the numbers ain't that big. And a lot of these guys out here, they just coming with the money. They ain't even coming with the dog. So I might not have the money, but if I keep bringing the dog, guess what? I'm going to be taking a whole lot of their money.
Correct.
And that's what's happening right now. That's why they hate OGs. OGs, they sitting back, sitting on the couch. I don't want to deal with these young boys. But guess what? Even an OG that then retired can't turn down the taste of money when you see ignorance running with it. These boys don't know what a real bulldog look like. You think money gonna make your damn dog? Shit, man, baby need a new house. Let me go run out here for a couple 6-7 months and shit. And been, you know what I'm saying? And next thing you know it, they hate OGs.
Correct. Because he came in there with the ski mask on. Let me get that up off.
Let me get that about sneaking around, ain't doing nothing but calling weights. You don't know who the hell he is. You know? And yes, that's why they want to talk about us and get rid of us. Because they don't want us around. They don't want us making it better. Separating the fake from the real. Because that's the only way.
It's almost like a thing in society where, like me being from down south, I had that link to my grandfather, my grandmama, to get that game, to get that understanding from that generation. And then I got my parents, so now I'm a young man, but I got the soul of an old man because my entire childhood I was up on this old soul soaking up this information, soaking up this game. So now I'm a little bit better, a little bit stepper, a little bit smarter, a little bit quicker to the world because I got this old school, and I still got my parents, but I got this old spirit hitting me to the game. And now when I have my kids, they're not that far removed from that old school spirit of my grandparents because the game I got, I'm giving it to you. So now you keep passing on versus today, these young kids, they know everything. You can't tell them nothing. You can't teach them nothing. When they take their ass out there in the world, and the world showing what the world's about, and everybody want to cry this or cry that or blame everybody else, but you didn't want to listen. You didn't want to pay attention. Same thing with these dogs. Yes, we've got to move these things. We got to move the dogs forward and make new names. But I can still learn something from a guy who did it 15 years ago, 20 years ago.
Yes.
Because it still breeds dogs. It still recognizes certain traits in these dogs. That'll never change. The names on the pedigree change, but knowing what a fucking good dog is, I don't think that should ever change. It is what it is. A good dog is a good dog.
That's right. As long as you got the basement, they will still be producing good dogs. Somewhere in this country. Somewhere. Yes. I don't know where. I don't know what time. I don't know who it is. So don't ask. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel it.
And then that's just the way it is. And like I said, until we have a sanctioned body that the community can fall behind and feel safe falling behind and knowing it is trustworthy and worthy of. You see what I'm saying? It's not meant to be a wannabe dog fighter and want to publish a dog fighting records historical book. You can't do that.
No.
Because I don't want to be in a position.
Because you're gonna be their way in because you're gonna be in a compromised position.
Exactly. You're gonna be the one that have to give it up because you're already doing wrong. We learned that lesson from Kennels.
Yeah.
Because the whole thing started with him being caught up there in PA.
Yeah.
And for that fact right there is why all of our names is down there in the Department of Agriculture for every time we was ever in those books anywhere. But so what? We're in the book. So what? We're on the record. So what? We're in a database. So what? Even when I got jammed up, they couldn't use it.
Because it's all fiction.
It's exactly. Bring me somebody in who was there. Give me a participant.
These stories in this book is just like reading a Disney story.
Exactly. There's nothing true.
Piece of dust.
It's like watching a movie. That's all it is. And until that person come, history is being lost. The gaps between greatness is only in the handful.
True. Like you said, if we're able to, like you said, get a magazine or whatever, a central location to provide the same resources that magazine provides, you will definitely see an uptick in higher level dogs. Well, not say uptick in higher level dog because now instead of having one or two dogs we can call out that are real nice dogs producing or performing, we'll have it like you showed tonight. Within a decade or a year, you got numerous high level grand champions that went into champions all within a decade, the same year. We don't have that now because there's been so much stress on the game, and like you said, it's almost like leaves being scattered into the wind. These people over here, these over here, these over here, and everybody stay in their little circle of that fear of I don't want to get caught up or jammed up on some humbug versus like you said in the '90s. They're showing us in the book where you had high level in every inch in every part of the globe versus you got this one over here, you got that one over there that you can call off the top of your head versus you had this dog, you had the Awesome Beasts and the Macho Bucks and the Maydays, all these dogs in all during the same era pretty much, years apart, but kind of all in the same era performing and producing
dominate
their high level.
That's right. Play. Dominate. Historically dominating.
Dominating, yes. Like you said, just that list of dogs of the year that are either kids or grandkids or great grandkids off of Yellow, like that's impressive in itself.
Thank you.
10, 12-year decade, within 3 generations, each one of them dogs had Yellow in there somewhere.
Yep. And then you look at the Tom Gardner shit, it's creeping around in there, you know what I'm saying? And you'll always see that tab or the Jeep, but they're on that list. The Buck, you're going to see these dogs on that list.
Yep.
They've
all these
all
dogs,
been able
like
to
you
do it.
said, were just right behind one another. It wasn't no 5-10-year gap between the great dogs and the great producers. 20-year gap. Like these dogs were all in the same generation, all within a year or two of each other of high level. Every year, this was a new superstar of the game. Like right now, the superstars are what? Who was the last true superstar that everybody knew in the game? That last true superstar performer. Was it the 90s? Was it the 2000s? Like, who's that the not just what these boys know them out here in California, these boys out in Texas, like
who is that last great dog?
Yeah, and when that magazine was moving, the whole game knew who was that motherfucker.
That's right.
Everybody knew.
Everybody knew.
This part of the earth, that part of the earth. It was no doubt when Mayday was walking around, when Yellow was walking around, when Buck, when Queen, when Pandy, when these dogs were walking the earth, everybody knew. Oh, that's one of them motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
You could be in California, you could be in Texas, you could be in Miami, you could be in Connecticut. You knew who Pandy was, you knew who the Queen was, you knew who Mayday was, you knew who Yellow was.
Yep.
It wasn't no doubt. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody could go to one spot and find out, oh, that's the king of the game right now.
That's true.
Versus now, everybody just neighborhood superstars.
Neighborhood superstars. They're not.
Which is cool.
They're not.
Cool, but a neighborhood superstar is different than being, I'm the king of the game. That's a big difference. Like, it's almost like having, I'm LeBron James, but you just a local basketball star. Yeah, you might be dope in your neighborhood, but you ain't the king.
That's right.
It's a different level.
Different level. And don't get mad. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. When I say fast lane, they be getting mad. What's fast lane? Fast lane. Okay? If you was a fast lane dog, man, you would not be acting like that.
True.
You would not be acting like that. You know how many guys be running around out there talking about they want to, oh, I want to be in the fast now. I'm going in there. I'm going to take my shit and then get in there in 20 minutes, they out of there. Damn, what was that? I've seen a lot of that. You know what I'm saying?
Like boy, B-Line.
Beeline. I mean, there's been a couple of them. I mean, I got some boys who turned out to be great dog men who had to learn. Like me, I had to learn. I had to learn the difference between just having a dog and fighting and then. That's right.
Get your head tapped on.
It is a different level to this shit. I better figure that shit out real quick. You know what I'm saying?
See, when you walking away and be like, you hear somebody saying, I can't believe they broke that shit there. That's a bad feeling right there. Like, damn, I thought it was the best thing I had.
But they had to go and find out. They got to go and see.
Got to go find out.
That's all.
Got to go find out.
Yeah. And then some of the guys just got the money. You know, like 6 feet deep, they just had the money. They go in there, like you said, nice dog. They buy the dog right out of the box. Pro set, did the same thing with Mayman and them. You know what I mean? Went right around and started whooping champions with the shit. You know, those guys right there.
Ain't no raising no puppies. We just, hey, I need that.
That's all they doing. They just going around. They didn't see enough greatness. They know what they want. And it proves, by this book, it proves that it worked. You know, because we seen 6 feet just as much as we saw true colors in this book tonight, did we not? So 6 feet and under, they was pretty busy in 2005. You see what I'm saying?
The year True Colors, the year Dynamite won, they had what, 2 dogs that's run up?
Yes, sir. And had a couple of champions. You seen about 5 or 6 champions in that book alone.
And like you said, I got 2 dogs on the run-up year list for dog of the year. Like, so that means I got 2 high-level dogs I'm running in one calendar year.
Yeah, but look,
they shot at dog of the year.
You know you bringing a good one and you lose. What do you do with the dog you lose to?
You are running at a different level. I got 2 dog of the year candidates all working in the same calendar year. Blue yard just a little bit, that's a different yard right there.
And look what they were doing. They lose and they buy the dog and continue winning. They did it 3 times in 2005. We did it with we showed you in the book. And I mean, and for them to even make runner up, for them to be losing to some of the great dogs that was making dog of the year, that put you in, that tells you they was in company of the fast lane.
Correct.
And they grew up real fast, so they had to have the money to be able to do what they was doing, just like Pro Set. We wouldn't be talking about Pro Set if it wasn't Pro Set wasn't doing that. We wouldn't be talking about 6 feet and them if they wasn't doing that. They was matching dogs.
Correct.
So we're gonna leave it right there for the night.
Or you look at somebody like Backstreet Truth. They bred everything they had. They bred up.
Yeah, that's that homeboy shit. That's that yard shit.
They champion. They create more champions.
Yes, that's what Going Hard was about. We wanted to. We knew we was on to something.
Yeah.
We been knew we was on to something. That's how I ended up in Puerto Rico. That's how I ended up there with Angel. You know, these things, destiny brought this part together.
Even with the Mayday thing, your eye told you something when I saw this. When you saw that dog, like, oh, he's one of them dogs. But that's because the eye of knowing what one of those dogs are.
Yes, sir.
You saw that in him.
He was a big boy. He was a big boy.
So you wasn't going off just, oh, this champion, grand champion, such and such. You was like, nah, it's something about this dog that I've seen that I gotta breed to this dog.
And that's what it was. He had a little mate sister, 2 little mate sisters who were just as bad as him. He was just a male. He was devastating and crazy and wild, and I gotta breed to him. And at the same time, I'm looking at Mayday, I'm looking at Angel's Apache. I'm breeding the Angel's Apache, don't get shit, but guess what? Ended up breeding the Mayday for nothing. It became international. The rest is history. And we're going to leave it right there at that one right there. We got to leave it there.
All right.
Hey, man, this has been a privilege and a pleasure for you stopping in. You kicked out a lot of words, man. You ought to make that more often, man. You know, you should even come up with some content, because sometimes I'll be watching you in the chat room going back over my shows and shit and be like, man, some of this shit is content when you be running across there saying shit to people, man. You know what I'm saying?
But now I only want to. If I don't really got nothing to add, I mean, I ain't gonna call in just to be,
But sometimes you got content. You got content.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Some of the stuff that you have going on in the damn chat room need to be out here for everybody to deal with. You know how many times I've sat back and watched you very people know who you are based on your experience and what the hell you saying. My thing is some of that shit that I be saying can be brought up here and be glad to have you come up to on the show and let's talk about it up here. Where everybody can hear it and see it. You know what I'm saying? Because you chime in because tonight was a good night, man. And you made my night easy, really. You made it a good night, but you made it easy. And I really appreciate that. And I definitely thank you because I know we all enjoyed it.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I appreciate the show, like I said, because of the information. And it puts me in the mindset of my OG when I first started, learning about these dogs and sitting and listening to him and the names he would call off and, just reading pedigrees, understanding what the fuck I'm looking at. So that's what kind of draw me, to you when I first heard you. Like, okay, that, he talked about this, and looking at this, and pay attention to this, the 3 in, 1 out, and doing this. I'm like, okay, this shit I heard before, So that's where I kind of, get drawn in. But like I said, if I don't have nothing to add or just, from personal experience, I ain't gonna call in just to be talking. So, and I'm just like, some of these other guys, I'm still, paddling downstream, upstream myself, trying to do my thing. So, I'm still learning and, trying to create my history so I can really have stuff to talk about, maybe not immediate time, but maybe, in the future when I have an opportunity to talk to a young guy to, hey, this is some of the stuff I've done, this is some of the trials and errors. So, still trying to make my way. I've experienced some things, but, still trying to make my way in this game.
Hopefully my name be legendary 20 years from now and you be like, I was on the show. I knew 20 of them like a motherfucker. I started with them from day one. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot. I be proud to be able to talk about my old partners and shit. You know what I'm saying? Proud to be able to sit there and say their name. You know what I'm saying? Shit. 20 years from now, look at me talking about them and I can show you in the book they exist. And that's the whole point, man. Carry what doesn't mean much now, sure means a lot later, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And your words in itself that makes us grow. You're gonna bring us into the future. You gonna be your experience with us and the things you learn is gonna be the future. You know what I'm saying? You're carrying it down the line, man, and that's the good thing. You ain't bringing no false information because you can pick up that shit and say, I got proof. I just don't talk it. I got proof.
Yes, sir.
So thank you again, my man. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys.
Always, bro. Always.
Hey, y'all know what time it is. I want y'all to do me a favor and help me out with what we got left in here. And again, it don't take everybody, but I want to make sure it's more than half. I need y'all to help me out and give me them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now, for James Jones and the rest of the crew,
you better do it, fellas.
I need you to give me them damn roses. Roses. We need them damn roses.
Good show tonight, man. Just put your hands on that button, man, and just hold it. You know what I'm saying? Just hold it. Show some love. They ain't gonna cost you nothing but a little pressure on the keypad. Show some love. Thank you, fellas.
I want to give a big shout out to my main man, the one and only, the internationally known Mr. Richard Garcia, a.k.a. Schoolboy, in the house. Thanks for the book. Thanks for showing up, showing your love in the chat there, Schoolboy.
Thank you, Schoolboy.
Big shout out to my man walking down round Big Steppin'.
Big Steppin', what's up, big bro?
I seen you, fam. And everybody else who blessed us with your appearance in the Shark Tank. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing.
And all the thanks and the condolences, fellas. Much love to you. Yeah, I got them autographs. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Love y'all, man. Mike got to do his tutoir. So we going to do that too, man. But I just had to get that in because You know, it's been a rough week. I've been having fun, but I've been working hard.
All right, fellas. As we close it down tonight, again, I want to give another big shout out to the family of my homie, my brother, for life,
Benny.
Benny.
Black Whale, baby.
AKA
Boss Joe.
Big shout out to the family. This is to y'all. This is dedicated to y'all. And big shout out to everybody who showed up and, you know, help us get through these times in our life and represent the way we represent. Nothing bigger and better than that. And as we close out tonight, hey, hopefully it's a learning experience, you know. Nothing that we have to be working on trying to figure out when it comes down through here, when we start talking about dogs. Again, it's supposed to have been a short night, and what it turned out to be, another long one. But, brothers, it's all about the love of the game, love of the dogs. Live by the disclaimer. Don't forget about them cameras. Everything has a meaning. Everything has some type of importance. It's just a matter of how much weight you give each. To me, I say be equally divided because, again, without it, you're going to fall short, and that's all it takes is a little crack before all hell breaks loose. So, as we finish up tonight, y'all know we'll be back here Friday for Hot Mic Friday. Until then, y'all stay safe, stay loyal to the game. Always remember, we always, we
always scratch the win. All the time, baby, with love.
With love.
Peace.
For Friday.
One.
Y'all stay safe.
Love.
And me out.